Greetings and salutations. My name is Tish and welcome to the Artist Haven. In this live stream, we are continuing our 30 journals in 30 days. We have made 20 journals thus far, and if you've missed the live streams, they're in a playlist. I think it's in the description. I'll double check. I should probably have it in the description. There's a whole playlist, which is all the journals, and there's hours upon hours of watching me fumble along some days and me get an idea and just poof, there it happens. So if you're struggling, or if you feel alone in your art world, don't feel alone, because I'm here. And but today I want to do a flip-flop journal, because these are like, I don't know, this is like my passion project lately. I love doing these, because each one, even though they're simplistic and they're pretty easy to put together, they each have their own vibe, and I love it. And if you're just getting into junk journaling, they're super simple. They're just like, you can use stuff you already have. Scrapbook, if you're a scrapbooker or you have scrapbook paper, even if you only have office paper, you know, whether it's cardstock or what's it called? The Nina papers, Astrobrites. Astrobrites will work great in this. I've used Astrobrites in this. Just regular copy paper, you know, from Walmart or Target or wherever your shop of choice is. You don't have to have any special gear to do this. Cardboard. I use cardboard for the backing. This is actually, and I haven't decided what color I want to put for my string, but you don't have to. You don't have to stitch this. And this is the cardboard from our 3D printer spools. So it's not, you know, anything fancy. And you don't even have to use fabric. You can use paper. You can paint it. You can do whatever you want and whatever speaks to you. I use fabric because I have little bits of fabric left over from my journals. I have little bits of fabric that I inherit and I find, and I'm like, well, this was in someone's throwaway pile and I can use this. And I'm thinking on this one, I might find some trim to put at the top or something. I don't know, we'll see. But I have this idea because I made this last night on our Create With Me live stream. I do a co-working live stream every Monday and Wednesday for now. We're going to see how it goes. But this is a die cut that I got from Stephanie at the Painted Raven. I bought it from her store, and if you're interested in getting some supplies, there's a link to her shop in the description and a discount code. I'm not affiliated with her other than she's my friend, and I want to see you get your art supplies from a reputable dealer instead of some random stranger on Amazon and get the crap that I've been getting lately. Well, before I met Steph anyways. And I get dry ink pads. That won't happen with her. She orders her stuff directly from Ranger and sends it off to you. So, anywho, I got this die cut. It's not a Ranger one. I don't have it handy. It's a different brand, and it's imported from the UK, if I remember correctly. But she has a whole bunch of stamps, a whole bunch of different things. But this is the offcut of it. The other pieces was in here, and I took some transparency that I printed off on the laser printer, and I put it on the back side, and this is going to be our cover. I'm going to cut it out and put it together so there's a pocket on the other side, and then it'll be this on the other side. This cool scrapbook paper that I've had for a decade. And then these are the papers left over from yesterday's journal. I'm just going to use these inside. You know, it's just stuff that I have lying around. And oh, I'm going to see if I can incorporate, these are transparencies as well. So I'm like, hey, I got transparency on the cover. Let's bring some transparencies inside. So these are transparencies. This is from Tracy Fox, of just some butterflies. And, you know, I don't know exactly how I'm going to bring them in, but we're going to bring them in. And this is a piece of dictionary paper glued to a piece of manila construction paper. You know, it's just, it's not anything special. It's just how you put it together that's special. You know, we're humans, and being human is cool and all, but it's who we are that makes us special. So when I do my flip-flop pockets, the thing that makes them extra special is I put one of these flip-flop journals in the back. These are little notebooks that I create, and this one needs to get cut down a little bit, and I'll use the decal edge, and we'll cut it down, and we'll decal it and make it look cool. But it's just, I have a whole video on how to make these, and I'll put that in the description of this video so you can know step by step how I make these particular things. But I just sit down and I make a whole bunch of them in about the size, because I knew this would be about the right size to fit on here. But I do need to cut this down because we're still going to put another piece of paper to wrap our, yeah, you'll see. Anywho, there is one thing I need to do, and let me grab my cutter for that. Here's me looking all over the place for this, and it's right in front of my face. Okay, so let's do the cover first so we can kind of get an idea of what we're doing here. And this is a 6x6 piece of paper. So we're going to cut this 6x6. The only thing I don't like about this cutter, this is the only thing I don't like about this cutter, the only, is this seam right here. I wish there was a way to, that they could have like put some kind of laminate underneath within there so I can see this line, because I could measure to where that seam is at, but you know, math and stuff. But anywho, all right, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to start the music. Let me start the music. And I've got, okay, this is not cooperating. There we go. Should be good. What is going on? Everything is running around and being crazy. We need to turn that down. There we go. Okay. I like having some music playing when I'm working. And this is music from Creator Mix and Stream Beats. Okay, so we're gonna do, you know what we're gonna do? Six and a quarter, so it's just a smidge bigger. And then we'll glue it on there. Okay, this can go back. Actually, this was, I found that because I I want to make a whole bunch of tags. I just want to sit and make tags. But, you know, sometimes you don't get to do what you want to do. Okay, that goes back there. I'm going to keep this out though, because we're going to need it. Okay. So, all right, we're going to grab a piece of art paper here. This is just like a backdrop for me. And we're just going to darken this up a little bit. Okay. I think I beat my hiccups for now. Okay, there's that, and then we're just going to kind of do this. Excuse my sniffles. My allergies are bad today. I don't know why. I haven't even been outside. It's been over 100 degrees. I'm not going outside. I'm sorry. I'm just not. All right. So, move this out of the way. And then I'm going to put this here like this. I think I am going to put just a little tiny notch in this. Okay, let's make sure we got it going the right way. We want it like this. That's partially why I'm putting the notch in there. So I remember which way it needs to go up. So this is going to be our front cover. There we go. And we're going to hit that with the black. There. Okay, so I think, did we get, yeah, we need to hit, I taped this down on the back side and I'm going to tape it, continue taping it. I think that's a good idea. But it's pretty well glued down, so I think we should be okay. But I think we'll be okay. Because the art glitter glue is holding this one. I had one where it didn't hold very well. See, it's kind of lifting there, but you know what I think we could do? I can put some black thread, or maybe even some silver thread. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, we gotta get, I'm just gonna ink that. I think we'll just ink that. And then try and snip it off with these scissors. There's a little bit of tape that's hanging over the edge, and it's going to drive me a little bit crazy with my OCD. I'm not like terribly OCD, but sometimes it's like you have that one hair that always hangs in your face. That drives me crazy. Like, not for anybody else. You can have your own hair hanging in your face. I'm not going to judge you. But my hair hanging in my face drives me bananas. And some people have that cute little swoosh that comes down, like the curtain bang thing, and it swooshes down. It looks so stinking cute. Not me. Can't do it. All right. So I'm going to move this because I keep hitting my elbow on her. She's a beastie. That way, too, I can look and see what we got here. I should have put my contacts in this morning. Okay. So I want to lay this right here. And I put my blue tape away. Oh, well. All right. Since we're working with art glitter glue, we're just going to put a little bit right here. Right here. There we go. It's not perfectly straight, but you know what? Handmade. We're going to let that dry. And that'll be the front inside cover. And then we're going to hinge bind it with some tape. Okay, let that dry for a minute. And then, oh, that's what we need this piece for, I think. Oh, come on now. Is this going to be big enough? Nope, it's not long enough. Let's get this piece out. This should be good enough. Yep. Because we're going to bring this back here. Okay. All right, let's bring this back. Okay, fine, whatever, you fall back there. And then we need to trim this down just a smidge. About like that. And then a little bit on this side. And our pocket should be fine. Okay, look that up. Okay, now we're gonna take and we're gonna ink this because this is already done. So we're just gonna give it a little bit of love here. And I'm gonna leave these corners straight. I'm just putting a little bit of black on the edge just to help it pop. I'm not actually blending it. So you can see how the purple is truly separated from the white. So that's done. And then I think we're gonna round the corners on this one. So where is Vicini? Here he is. And I think we're just gonna do a small round. We're not gonna do anything hardcore. I think for this, we're going to ink the edges just a little bit. I'm just going to use black just to kind of finish it off. I need to get a new pad for this and a new pad for my brown too. I might grab that before we start putting things together. See, I just like how that gives it an edge and it finishes off, so when we lay it down here, it doesn't get lost in translation. All right, this one's going to be a little bit wider than the base, and I kind of like that because I have a bunch of them that are smaller than the base. But that way we can put this, and then that will go. This will go here, like that. We could actually make it a little bit more narrow, but I want the background to show, so we're going to do like that. Okay, but first we need to get our signature pages ready. And we need to figure out what. Do we want to do black? Do we want to do silver? Do we want to do gray? Blue? You know, what color thread do we want to use on that? And do we want to sew any of these other pages? So let's bring out our pages. And excuse me. So the cool thing about this is if you want to do duplicates, you can. Like if you want to do half on one side and half on the other, go for it. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut that one in half. We're going to cut this one in half. And we're going to do duplicates. We're going to have like page 1, page 2, and you know, I'm not going to do that for the whole journal, but I'll do it for those two. And then this one, we could do the same thing. Cut that in half. Same with these. See, yeah, this is, I think we need to find a light purple. To put on these. So we're gonna cut some of these in half. Oh, I forgot about this cool paper. Yep, we'll get the decal cutter. This is cool paper. I'm gonna actually, we're only gonna use half this. And I'm actually gonna use the torn out side. So let's put this back over here. And I am going to kind of tear this little wing dinger off. There we go. That can go in our bin. And then this should be, you know, we haven't measured this yet. I think it's six and a half. Yes. So we want things that are 6 3/8. I'll write it down so I don't forget. 6 3/8 by 5 3/4. And we'll do 5 1/2. Because I don't want any of that. Okay. So 5 1/2. There, and that can be used for something. So this is going to be, that's the joy of having an old phone. You have alarms for everything on it because you use it as a secondary alarm. Okay, this is a right side, and then let's fold this in half. Okay, and let's use this one. Let's do 4 1/2. And now I have a scoreboard, and I could use a scoreboard. But I wanted to illustrate that you don't have to have fancy tools. This is a metal ruler that's like $1.25 at Walmart. And this you can use a carpenter pencil. Okay, a butter knife that doesn't have serrated edge. Anything you want. I mean, anything that's a hard surface. You can use the back of your scissor handle. Where'd my whiskers go? I'll bring those out. My Tim Holtz scissors are very, they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? They're very soft. They're flexible. So bring the scissors handle. There you go. Does the same thing. Let's do this one. I'm going to do this one at 5 1/4. And then I just leave the width of the ruler. So when we wrap it around, that in our pile of scrapper-doos. Okay, so we're going to fold this the other way so it can be a left-hand one. So this will go on the left-hand side of this paper, this, and this will go on the right-hand side, like this. Oops. Like that. So when I say right, left. And this one can go either way, so we'll wait till we get some of these more done. And this, we're just gonna decal cut right here. Let me get my decal cutter. Now, there are a handful of tools other than your ruler, your bone folder, which this isn't even a bone folder, this is a sewing tool. This is like to tuck corners out. I use it as a bone folder because I had it. Scissors, you want something that cuts well. You know, what are they called? Westcott scissors. You can get them at Walmart, Target, wherever your shop of choice is. You can get them for like $3 or $4. I have the Tim Holtz ones. I got these ones because they are longer. They're substantially longer, like an inch longer. And when you're cutting a lot of long pieces, they're nice. These ones I use for fussy cutting. So, anywho, let's cut this one. 6 3/8. Let's do 4. Okay, I'm gonna put that. I'm putting a stack. All the papers I'm not going to use in the journal, I'm putting behind me so I don't get them confused with what I am going to use. Okay. So, again, with the ruler, which is about 1 inch, it just makes life easier to just do it this way. And I have a little stack for if we want to keep them. That one can go either way. And then this one, I want to have at 5-ish. I want it to be like, there we go. So you don't see the squares until you see the squares. There we go. And this is mixed media paper. It's just, or sketch paper, one of the two. I want this on the right because I want the squares at top. All right, now we can take these 2 pieces of paper, actually this one, and we're gonna cut the letterhead off. I don't know, I just feel better when it's off. We'll put that in our pile of scrap paper to be used for collage. And then we're gonna make this. See, this is Beckett cambric writing paper. There's a watermark in this paper. This is a really nice paper, and I got it for next to nothing at a estate sale. So we're gonna make this just a little under 6. Put that there. We're gonna cut this. There we go. And then we're gonna take our ruler and we're gonna fold this edge here up to our ruler. There we go. Just so we have an estimate. And then we'll see where this one can go. I think we're going to do that on the left side. And I always try and have, I'm going to put this, right, we're going to use this one in here. Put that back there. I always try and have one that that's longer on each side, so it has like a pocket. It can be made into a pocket or a fold, and we'll probably do that with this too. This one we're going to make 4.5, like that. I think, yeah, we'll keep him in this pile because we might want him. So I'm just going to decal edge that edge too, and I'm going to leave this edge straight, and then I'm going to do the same thing with this ruler. This paper got really stiff because I used paint on it. Like straight up paint. There we go. And then what we can do is make this into a pocket, like a flip out pocket. There we go. So this will be a left one too. No. Yes. No, yes. We'll put it on the right. We'll figure it out when we get there. All right, these ones, I'm gonna cut this guy in half. We're gonna do 3 of like on the same side, like the same, but I'm gonna do a decal edge here, right in the middle. It's not perfect, but it works. Okay, so right and left. And actually, I'm going to take I'm going to do this to both of them. I'm going to take and rip this in half. Put this one aside. Actually, no, I kind of like this one with this one. Put this one aside. Okay. Take this one. I'm going to go over the dots a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to take these and I'm just going to cut this one off at 6. The line about 6, like that. Wait. Yes. So we got left and right. Go down just a smidge. There we go. Left, or right and left. And then we're going to fold this whole page. Okay. And then we're going to decal this edge. And then left. Let's decal the whole thing. Oh, that's right. I keep saying left instead of right. And then this one, do it 4. There we go. And then we have this one for another one. There, we should be good on pages now, I think. We'll see. Let's see where we're at. So I like mine to be anywhere from 7 pages per side all the way up. I've done ones that are like 10, 12 pages per side. So this one, let's go for 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there. Give me one moment, I need a drink of water, and I think I'm gonna sneeze. that wasn't just one sneeze, that was like 6. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, these go on this side. Ay vey. We're gonna need a few more pieces, which is cool. We'll put some book pages in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's add 2 book pages to this mix. And this should have about the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll do 1 book page. Where'd my book pages go? Here they are. Oh, jeez. I've been really on like the math kick, but these are dictionary pages. So let's see what we can find in here. I think they're all dictionary pages. Let's take out the largest ones. One, and then this one. Okay. I think these are all dictionary pages. Yeah. I have a thesaurus too. I think thesauruses are cool. No, that's not a dinosaur for you youngsters out there. Oh, I'm knocking stuff over. And let's do, where did those other book pages go? I've been really on this math kick to get this math book out of my studio, because even just having it here is daunting. I am not a math person. I'm a baker and I'm a soap maker, but there's calculators. So, you know, I just, no, thanks. Although I do, you know what? I know where it is. It's underneath my desk because I put all the random book pages and stuff in here. Oh, but I could do music and math again. I made that journal the other day. Was it yesterday? I don't know. It was a day that ended in Y. So I have it right here. And I have all these cool like music pages and math pages and dictionary pages, and it just actually made my heart sing a little bit. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to put on the cover, but it's done. It's built. Decorating is a whole other ball of wax. So let's get one of these out, because it'll be fun. It'll be fun, she said. And then there's my math book pages. Okay. We might have to put... You have to stop me. I've gone berserk. Actually, let's put those dictionary pages in here too. I have so many book pages. If you ever want book pages, I charge $5 for 50 sheets. So this is a sheet. and then whatever shipping is, or if you're in, you know, Austin, we can meet for coffee and I'll bring it with me. That's so cool. Oh, I almost want to just scan that picture, but I think this is, yeah, that's the reason why I don't have the scans of these, is because they can't be scanned. Okay, so this one I want on this edge. You know what? I think we're just gonna, how strong are these? Pretty strong. So let's just fold this up a little bit. And then put this one up a little bit. And then these ones, I definitely want this to be in the front, but I love these, I love the holes. I don't know, I'm weird, I know. So let's do that. Let's do this like this. That way we can tuck it and make it a surprise. Okay, now we gotta make sure that it's under. This needs to go in the scrap bin. So this will go on the left. Wait. Yeah, this will go on the right side, and then you pull it out and you open it up, and there it is. Ta-da! Okay. And then this one. On the left side, fold it back like this, and then like this. And again, we're going to just snip it off right around 6. There we go. Put that in that bin. And then this one. Because that one's way too tall, so we're going to do it right here. Right on the dotted line. There we go. And put this in. Excuse me. Double excuse me. Okay, so this has to be a 3. So we're going to fold this in right about about there. And then there we go. And put that over in our ephemera pile. And then this one goes on this side. So we got all our pages ready. It took us a little while because, you know, because that's the way we roll. Let me get a drink of water here. Give me a moment. Okay, so this is our card that we're going to be putting all our pages on. And before we put our pages on, I like to put our notebook in the back. And I put it as close to the bottom as I can because I want to have a tuck spot back here, or a pocket back here, like a secret pocket. So I'm going to kind of try and commit that to memory. I've got this little flower thing that has a notch on it. And we're just going to use some art glitter glue. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Nope. Wanted to make sure that I didn't have to like put a closure in there. You can put a closure on the notebook. I put ribbons on them just so they stay flat. I've put the little tab, the pop tab closures on them. You can do that, but for ease of use or ease of making, I am choosing not to do that right now. I think when I do my bigger ones, because I want to do like a big lap size one where you use like full sheets. Okay. It needs to go over just a little bit. I think we're good right there. There we go. Okay. You can start with your right side ones or your left side ones. It is up to you, but keep in mind, we're going to have a cover on here. So, which is a little bit, oh no, that'll be fine. And we're going to have to put some kind of something here to close it with. So you want your papers that are on this side to complement your cover. So I probably want this little fella up front and maybe the music one up front. Yeah, so we'll put these two up front. That's the pocket. There we go. Okay. So we're going to keep these two together over here. Let's put our pin in here because I'm not going to be gluing anything down just yet. We're going to design this. So, and I try to keep some of the bigger pieces. This seems really big. I think we need to cut these down. Where's my back? Oh no, we're fine. You know what? We are going to cut it down just a little bit. So I'm going to cut these together because it'll make life a little easier. We're going to get our decal cutter again. So it looks, I use the decal cutter a lot because it looks like a torn page. And I would tear this by hand, and you can tear it by hand. You don't need one of these, but of all the tools that I've gotten, I think I started saying that earlier and I got distracted with my own thought, which is kind of typical for me. But of all the tools I have, this and my my Fisker cutter and my Crocodile Big Bite, and then this guy. He was $12 or $13 on Amazon. So we have this one goes on this side, this one goes on this side. Anywho, those are the investments that I've made. Like, I spent, you know, $50 for the crocodile, and I am so grateful that I did. Okay, we want this way. So I try and have the first few pages, like the first two, cover the whole notebook so it stays in place. And I'm just going to tear this because it's the first page, and the more bulk we can omit, the better. Okay. So, and I like the holes. I think the holes are cool. So we try and do this page first. And then let's put him up here. Let's do this guy. And then we'll bring in this guy. Now, when you have a page that's bigger than your back, and I think since we cut it, it should be right about right. But if you want to go a little bit above your back, you're going to want to miter your edges. And okay, you listen. And also, when you're doing this, a good thing to note is to write on the back that this is your top. So that way you can know that this is going to be your front right and your front left. Okay? I think that's how that goes. Yep, that's how that goes. So let's put this here. And that there. And we're going to put this here, but we're going to miter the edges just a smidge because it's just right on that cusp of needing to be mitered. So it's better to be safe than sorry, because you don't want little edges sticking up from the back. There we go. Okay, and then we put that straight, even, and then fold it back like right there. Okay. And then with this, I want to do this, but I want it to be, yeah, like that. There we go. And this is why I don't fold some of them, because I don't know exactly where I want it to fold. All right. And then you take the blue guy, put him right here. And now you can fold these and then rip them off later, or you can turn them into little flip spots. This one I'll probably turn into a little pocket. Okay, where are we at? Let's do the math one. Because I like how the graph paper pokes through on that one. Okay. And then let's move him down just a smidge. And then we're going to put him on top, and we're going to have this corner kind of meet up with that one, like so, and fold it over. And it's not exactly straight, but that's okay. We don't want it straight. Straight is for fussy people. We're not fussy people, we're artists. And then we're gonna bring this guy in on this side. And I think I'm gonna cut him down a little bit further, just so there's that variation. And I'm gonna make it a little bit crooked. There we go. I can go in the scrap bin. And I don't have to miter it again. So we're gonna have him go right about there. And we'll have him fold right here. There we go. Now, I have him right here. Him right here. The reason I also put the notebook in first is that way, because these start getting pretty bulky. They get kind of chunky, which is fun. But that way you also know where to wrap your papers. So we're gonna put this one here, just like that. This one here like that. And a little fold right here. Bring it down just a smidge. All right. I have a lot of, okay, so we're gonna do one more. Guess how many pages do we got here? One. Well, let's just do them all and we'll reorganize them as we need to. So I feel like we're putting a lot of Book pages in the back. You know, that's fine. Let's put this guy up on top. Right here. This. And then this guy goes here. There we go. Now this isn't going to be exactly our last placement, but we're going to at least have it close to where we're going to have it. We're going to put him down here. And him right here. We need one more piece of paper for the other side. So we can have it be even. Then we're going to have to fold that pocket up a little bit higher. So we need one more piece right here. Because then we have, oh wait, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Oh no, that's right. Oh wait, no, he's supposed to go there. So we need one more piece of something for here. Let's see what we got. Did I hang up my ruler? Where did I put my ruler? Oh, I hung them up. Where is my tearing ruler? Oh, it's over there because I got glue on it the other night. Last night. The other night. Oh yeah. Okay. So there we go. Over there. It's back in its bin. Go in the bin, please. In the bin. Thank you. And that is that. We need to refold this. Or well, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay. There we go. Let's do it that way so I remember what I'm doing. There we go. And then we can have that, and then this will go on the front like so. So you take all of these all at once. The way to do this, though, and I learned this the hard way, is to clamp it on the one side, and then take all of these like that, and then loosen the clamp, and then there. Now you have all your right together, all your left together, and they are about where you want them. So it doesn't matter if you start with the left or the right, just start with one. You can do one, then the other side, then the other side. I like to do all one side first, so that way I can just put these papers off to the side. Okay. And I need to make sure I have a glue stick and my paper tape, which should be in my little foldy gig right here. Okay, that's fabric tape. There's paper tape. I might need some more after this. This is from the Dollar Tree, $1.25. Paper tape. It's in the medical stuff. You use it to adhere bandages and whatnots. Okay, so we want to get started with this. Excuse me. And when we do these, we want to make sure our folds are crisp. So take your bone folder, your scissor handle, your carpenter pencil, your fingernail. You can even use a tongue depressor stick, popsicle stick, whatever you got that's going to give you a nice crisp fold, especially on the first few. If you get going and you forget, don't worry about it. But the first few are the most important. So we want to make sure that this covers this. You push it as far as it'll go. You hold it down right here and you put glue right at the top of your paper, not your back. Okay? Okay. And make sure your glue works. Oh, for Pete's sake. You know what? If this is going to be obtuse, I'm going to get a drink of water. Take a deep breath, because it's already frustrating me. I love this glue, but I don't love this tip. And it's not just this glue. Any glue you put in a needle tip is going to do this, because it's doing its thing. It's gluing things shut and gluing things together. So give me a moment. Let me get a drink of water. Let me take a deep breath. Not be frustrated. And we can move forward. Okay, I'm calm now. Maybe. My redheaded temper gets the best of me some days. Okay, now, see? Now you want to pull tight, because we're going to get a lot of bulk on the edge, and it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt after a while. Now I knew this one we're going to have kind of up here. Again, we're going to make sure this is nice and tight, but we're going to make it a little bit smaller, just like a fraction, just because it'll make me feel better. Nice tight fold. Hold it over this way, fold it up. Now, if you want, you can make these all the same size, but I find having them varied sizes makes them lay better. And fold it over, lay it flat, and now after every other page, like every 2 pages, I take some paper tape and some glue stick, and we just make sure that they are laying flat and cooperating. So I get an idea of what length I need. run the glue stick, or run the paper tape over the glue stick, just like that. And then we tape down the edges. Now you can see I didn't get that edge. Don't worry, we'll cover it up with another piece eventually. Okay, and then put the cap on there loosely. We're going to go to our next page, and this one, according to our stack, goes towards the bottom, like that. And before you get too far, this is one thing I should have done before, and I didn't, because sometimes frustration does that to us, right? Okay, so we're gonna make sure that's nice and tight against the edge of our back. And we don't glue, I don't glue really close to the edge, the folded edge, because we don't want glue getting in there, because otherwise you can't fold stuff. You won't be able to like unfold it. And that's the whole point. So we have our top marked, but let's confirm before we go too far that this is our top. This is our top. This is our top. Because I have written top on the bottom because I was in a hurry and I wasn't paying attention. And so, you know thyself. So this one is our big guy, our bigger guy. So 2 book pages in a row. I don't like that. Yeah. You know what, let's do, because I might swap that out. So let's do our, so this is our left side, and this is our right side. So let's do our left side, or our right side, as we do our left side. And this one was at the top. I remember that because this one shines through until we get to the very end, or the very top. Okay, so we're gonna make this nice and sharp. Flip this over. Get it nice and tucked in there. Hold it down, and you're gonna see a gap here. The gap is what you want. Okay. Excuse me. So this goes underneath here. And this is our big fella. So our mitered edges should be okay. And hold it down here. There we go. Now it's time for a piece of paper tape so we can make sure that this edge stays down, and we're just going to put it like right here. So there we go. Hey! There we go. Paper tape sometimes has a mind of its own, and that's okay. Doesn't help that I have the fan blowing in this general vicinity. Like I said, it's been 100 degrees here today, and I'm above a not temperature controlled garage. So it gets a little warm up here. Okay, so we're gonna do that. So I ended up taking a piece off because it got all discombobulated. Okay, so that goes there, and this goes here. Excuse me. And then this goes here. And then that goes there. That should have gone up a little higher, but we still see the peekaboo. I kind of like that. It's a peekaboo blue. Okay. Now I got the hiccups again. I apologize for hiccuping in your ear. I do. Because I wouldn't want someone to do that to me. Isn't that what we learned in like preschool or kindergarten? You know, be kind to others, treat other people like you want to be treated. I think people forget that. All right. Now here is where we had our hiccup. I'm wondering if I want to put this here and have 2 book pages in a row, or if I want to swap this out with this. I think I want to swap that out with that, because I like the contrasty of the yellow and the gold, the kind of, you know, coffee stain and the blue. I like that. So we're going to swap it out. Because we can. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Sorry, flashbacks to Bob the Builder. If anybody knows who Bob the Builder is, let me know if you remember Bob the Builder. Pulling it taut, smooshing it down, and it's time for a piece of paper tape. And we're going to do like so. We're going to keep it out of the fan so we're not arguing with it. There we go. You see how nice and flat that lays? All right, next piece. So this goes towards the bottom. Yeah, I really like that now. Because we have just a little bit picking out here. Yep. This one doesn't have a very crisp fold on it, so let's fix that. And I like that it's crooked. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. And we're going to bring this even further down. Like right there. And we're going to miter this corner right here. Just going to come in and snip it off. No, maybe. There we go. Let's put it back. We'll bring this as far down as we can. There we go. It's time for a piece of paper tape on this guy too, because I don't like how this guy lifts. So, okay. And then this guy. Okay, let's miter these corners a little bit, or the back page a little bit. There we go. Okay, I'm better now. I'm all better. Okay, where was I here? I'm gonna line that up with that. That one got a little bit low, that's okay. Now while I'm doing this, I'm thinking of how I'm gonna bind this to this, because it doesn't have the folding page, and that's me being goofy, forgetting that vital step. But we can work with it. We can make it happen. So Oops. Got hung up on the wrinkle. I'm going to try and flatten that wrinkle out as much as I can. And put a little glue here. Oops. There must have been a small tear in it and I didn't see it. There we go. Okay, now we're going to put a piece of paper tape over this. This one I want it to be straight because we're going to come really close to the edge there. Hey Calvin, sorry, I just noticed that there's actually a message there. I remember Bob the Builder because I had a child. Actually, I had several children that watched it. So. All right, there we go. Does this need paper tape? Yes, we need a piece of paper tape on this one. I'm just going to do that right there. So I've been thinking on how to do this closure, and I'm thinking I might just make some DIY washi tape real fast. Just with some ink and some stamps, maybe a few gold splatters or something. Maybe make up a batch of silver splatter. I don't know. I do have some metallic vinyl that I printed off with the similar oh, what is it? A digital. There we go. Words are hard. I can make up a little pot of silver splatter really fast, and then take some black ink and some blue ink and some silver splatter and just make some DIY washi tape. Maybe take out the blueprint stamp. That wouldn't be hard at all. Okay, we got one more big guy. And I love how he kind of sticks up over the top a little bit. I love that. So we're going to take this. There we go. Oh geez, it was in the actual charts. Oh Lord. Yeah, you can make your own washi tape. It's not hard. I mean, I suppose it can be challenging to some people. It's just about, I put glue on it anyway, so it's more about having like some parchment paper and the will to do it. I mean, that's pretty much, and paper tape, having paper tape. I don't know if you have dollar stores. I know you have dollar stores there. I don't remember the names of them. But I get mine at Dollar Tree. So it's $1 or pound stores, I suppose you'd call them. But it's in the medical department, like where you find Band-Aids and stuff. At least in America. I don't know about over there. But so it's a cheap way to make your own stuff. And have fun doing it. I mean, to me, it's like if I make like 4, if I'm making 1, I might as well make like 5 and just have it on hand. And that way I can use it in a different project later. Okay, so that's nice and tight. So I think if we do silver splatters on it, I'm gonna try and get this to stay down too. There we go. Maybe we should use a silver thread on the back, because I still need to stitch the back before we assemble all of this. And I do have some silver, like truly metallic silver thread, and I think that would look cool. Let's see where we're at here. So let's make sure this one stays down at least. And I use this paper tape for a lot of different things. So for me, I buy like 4 or 5 rolls at a time. I'm actually going to order some off the Dollar Tree website so I can get like a whole box of it, which is like, I think it's like 12 rolls. But that way I have it, because sometimes I go in there and they don't have it. And I'm like, no, I need it. Okay, and then this guy can go here. I like him like right there. There we go. Yeah, medical tape. Now there's 2 different kinds of medical tape. There is a paper tape, and then there is a fabric tape, and you can use them both in crafting. So if you end up getting the wrong one, it's not a big deal, because I accidentally grabbed the fabric tape one time, and I'm like, how can I use this? and I made fabric tape out of it. I decorated it just like I would washi, and it worked beautifully. Okay, so we got that one, and then you're going to put this one at the top, like that. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups so bad today because my allergies have been kicking my butt. All right, and this is the last one on this side. I'm gonna have him right here. And we'll do a piece of tape. And there's also the waterproof tearable stuff. That doesn't work much for anything. Like what they use for IVs, I think. I like that for putting that on my Band-Aids, like to reinforce my Band-Aids, because I wash my hands probably, I kid you not, I probably wash my hands probably 20 or 30 times a day, if not more. Well, because I get glue on them, and or if I'm baking or cooking, and you know, after you go to the bathroom, you're supposed to wash your hands, and you know, so there's those visits. Excuse me, I apologize for that. Ooh, that made my eyes water. But my allergies are kicking my butt, so I need to go take my allergy medicine. I have a holistic one that I use, and so it doesn't make me drowsy and all wonkadoodle. Okay, so this is how we have that. Because then when we fold this out, there'll be a pocket here, a little pocket for a little treasure, and then we're gonna bring this down like so. This one stayed kind of compact, because I was trying to be mindful, because the last one I made, or one of the ones that I made recently, got really chunky on the sides, and I'm like, I like it, but I don't know how he became so chunky. All right. Do one more piece of paper tape here. Put that to the side for a moment, because we are going to do. So I'm going to do the silver. I'm going to go over the sewing machine here in a moment and find my silver thread. And then we'll make up a batch of silver splatter. I've got some metallic black that we'll put in it, and I got some silver iridescent fine. I'm trying to think of what other silver I got. I should have some. There we go. Oh, that's gonna look so cool. Excuse me, hang on, I need a drink of water. Goodness sakes. Okay. Okay, it wouldn't stop. So here's the silver I got. It's more of a light silver, but we could hit it. After it's done, we could go around the edge with some black and darkened up. And then I got some gray for the understitch. So I think that's what we're gonna do for this. And then I've got iridescent graphite, neutral gray. This is iridescent stainless steel to kind of darken up this iridescent fine silver. And then I thought we could put some interference violet in there so it has like just like a violet undertone. And then this is white, watered down white paint. So we'll just start with this. So that way I have a container for it. and we'll go on a mix-in. But first, I want to get this washi tape. Oh no. Yeah, no, I don't know. Well, let's mix this up. Let's let this dry. Yeah, because that's gonna look really cool. No, I've got the hiccups. Lord have mercy. Yeah. It's like, I can't catch a break today. I woke up late because I slept through my alarms, like totally oblivious. I don't know. It's Tuesday, you know. That's what's wrong. It's Tuesday. Yeah. Okay, let's put this in there. And this actually goes in here. And that goes in there. I'm just trying to tidy up so we have space. There we go. And we need to put this back. And this back. I have to lift up my desk, I think. Like put it on a bed riser. So I can start having room for my feet. Okay, I'm gonna put this over by my sewing machine and we'll stitch this up in a minute. I'm gonna turn on my light for my sewing machine and turn on my sewing machine. There we go. I took the old bobbin out. And then we're gonna move, I think we're gonna use these, we're gonna make a pocket for these. And then we'll use that. Okay. And put this underneath here so it doesn't get splattered. Because even if it did get splattered, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. There we go. Third time's the charm. This goes in here. That's why everything's off. We're just gonna put that in there. Here's me just tidying up as I usually try to tidy up as we go, but sometimes it just doesn't go that way. Where did that pin go that I just saw? Because that goes with this. Maybe we put this on there. No, wrong coloring. I've been trying to find a journal to use. I built it and now I can't find anything to put on, find what to put on it. Okay, that's fabric. Okay, I lost the pin. Oh, there it is. It's underneath my mouse. It has this little tiny pin that I used to hold this together. And this can go over here. There we go. All tidied up. Let's mix this up. I'm gonna blow my nose so I quit sniffling in your ears. Give me one moment. Okay. Let's start by opening the jar. And I'd say there's probably about 2 ounces of water, which would be about, I'd say 75 grams, if I'm going to be real. So probably more than 2 ounces, probably more like 3. Let's start off with the silver. And I put a good hefty squeeze of that in there. And this is the stainless steel. Oops. I just put new paper down. Damn it. It's okay. Art happens. Ooh, that's pretty. This is pretty. At least it's not pink. There we go. Well, now we know it's silver in there. And let's do a nice hefty bit of this. I should have shook these up more. Let that stand upside down. I know the interference will settle at the bottom. I need to get one of those little things that you put on there and it shakes it for you. Tim Holtz had that on one of his live streams and I'm like, I need that in my life. Okay, we're gonna give a hefty squeeze of this. There we go. Hoopa. We're going to take this neutral gray and we're going to give it just a little squeeze of this because this is kind of going to be our body to hold on to it. Like make it so it's not totally transparent. And then this is the graphite. We'll probably have to add more gray to this. But I want to clean this off just a little bit. There we go. There's a buildup of paint on here. Where'd grab my tweezers and pull off this paint. There we go. Because we don't want white flecks in it. And this jar has been around a while. There we go. So see how this stuff won't be in our paint now. Okay, put that in the trash bin. And that one too. Go with your friends. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna shake this up and see where we're at. Whoop. Good thing it has a lid. And I'm going to need some paper to test it. Let's see, what do I got back here? We can do it on the back of this. Is this paper or cardstock? It's cardstock, okay. I got, these are ephemera pieces, so it doesn't matter. I'm just going to dip our brush in here. And I just want to see the color. No, I want it a little bit lighter. So let's see. A little bit more silver. There we go. And we'll put a little bit more violet in there. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put a little bit more gray in there. Give it a shake. And once we get the right color, then we'll get the right consistency. You know what we're going to do? One moment, please. Drop a few beads in here. These are ball bearings. Seven. I'm gonna put 7 in for good luck because that'll hopefully help it mix. And I'm gonna have to get my, let me grab my distilled water. I've had my microphone on mute this whole time. I don't know why it just randomly turns itself off. Like my actual microphone, because I have an audio thing, which is probably a good thing. That it turned itself off because I've been coughing. Okay, so And I'm gonna put just a little bit of white in here too. Let's get the good white. This is transparent mixing white. That's why I said let's get the good white. This Liquitex Basics is probably my favorite paint for mixing colors and acrylic pouring. If you're just starting off though, definitely use the less expensive paint, but not the cheap paint. Don't use craft paint. You will cry. Because you can use craft paint pretty much straight up for acrylic pouring. You don't have to mix it with pretty much anything. Maybe a little bit of water. All right, let's see where we're at. Let's clean this brush. Hang on, I gotta get my water from my brush cleaner thing, which is out in the hallway. I wonder where Ray's at. Hi, Ray, kitty. I need to get my water. She's looking at me like, you got treats? If you don't have treats, don't speak to me. Okay. So I'm going to fill this up because I took this downstairs and washed it, and then I did a bunch of spraying stuff. I'll put straight water in it for now. There we go. That way I can wash this brush. So I got this at, actually Clara bought this for me. And this is a brush cleaner and a brush storage. And then I have my brush soaking bin where I accidentally leave my brush out. And that I put water and vinegar in. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Oh, that's perfect, I think. Again, let's wash this brush out. There. Yep, now we're going to add some water to it to get the right consistency. So I'll show you here in a second. I'm going to smooth it out so it dries a little faster. I might actually put a little bit more white in there just so it's not as gray. Yeah, just a little more white. And then we're going to put the water in there. Oops. All right. So trying to get it to dry. Oop. That was kind of silly of me. But I don't know if it's see it's wet still, so you're going to see the wet silver. And I put a little bit more silver in here too, but what I'm going to do is put, let's see if I can find some silver mica really quick. Or if I have everything just so buried right now, because I don't use my micas very often, so they get buried. And I have these big rolls of paper that are for backgrounds. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, I've got these mica powders from Hippie Crafters. Let's see if there's a silver in there. I haven't even opened these yet. Okay, I'm gonna let that sit like that for a minute. Yeah, these haven't even been opened yet. All right, do we have a silver? No, there's a white. Bummer. There's a copper color, which is cool. Silver black. This is, it must be a gunmetal or something. Well, that bums me out. There's no silver. Hold on, let me see if I can find a silver paint then, because I want to make it a little bit more silver, because it's more gunmetal than silver right now. What's this? This is pearl. Gold. Silver. Sterling silver. This might be interesting to try and get in that little pot. I might actually have to put it in a bigger container. Is this even opened? Because if this is... oh my. She needs to be stirred. I think this might be perfect to add in there. And what I might do, in fact, that's what I'm going to do. Let me grab another bottle or another container, because I have I'm going to use this bottle. we'll use this other white container for something else. Maybe we'll do a more of a gunmetal splatter or something, or a black splatter that's got more of the graphite. So let's put this all in here. Let that sit for a minute while we stir this. Okay. Let's put a little water in there. Just a splash, because we are going to be adding. See, now you get, like, this is how I do my paint mixing. So you get a lesson inside of the lesson. Okay, we're going to keep that to the side because I don't know if I'm going to need all of that, but let's put oh, come on. There we go. Now, I can use a stir stick. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, we're going to put just a little bit more in there. That's why I'm wiping off the stir stick, because I don't want to cross-contaminate. I mean, it's not that big of a deal if a little bit gets in there. I'm going to put a little bit more of this in there. This is sterling silver from Deco Art Americana. This is craft paint basically, but like high-end craft paint. So it's super thick. And then I'm gonna put the lid on it. So this is what I just added to it. This is their decor paints. But they are beautiful. I've loved these paints since I came out. So I'm going to add the rest of this water. Well, most of it. There's still a little bit in there. And then we're going to take this bottle, put the lid on nice and tight, put this lid on, and give it a shake. Oh, it's leaking. Imagine that. A bottle leak? Never. So we just put a rag on the top. Okay. Oh my gosh, I wish you guys could see this in person. It is so pretty. There's the purple and silver, and there's even the dark flecks. So pretty. Okay. Let's see how it splatters now though. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's so pretty. Because I like dark silver. Okay. Wash the brush and put it right there. We're not quite ready for this, but I wanted to get it so it was mixed so any bubbles could settle. Okay. So pretty. I'm so happy. Okay. Before we put this stuff away, why is this not fitting on there right? I think I have to get some press and seal so it just doesn't dry out. I never had this problem with my other one. There we go. Snap it in place. Okay, so this is silver. Oops, I don't want that to sit on there. Let's put this over here. I'll put that in the garbage because it's so full of paint. All right. Put that over there. And while we have our paint out, let's do, oops. There we go. And this is stainless steel. Go. And we're going to put a little purple in here. And then, did I put that stick away? Yes. I'm going to put just a smooch of this in there. There we go. So pretty. And then I don't want to put white in there. Did we put the gray in there already? Let's put a little bit of gray. And then I'm gonna put these over the back on the back table because we're done with these, I think. I'm gonna put some black in here. Should have excuse me. Should have carbon black is not the black I want. I'm just going to put just a few drops of this in there. Let's get our bearings out again. There we go. Put them back. Okay. I'm going to put a few drops of this foam black in here. Maybe if I can get it open. There we go. Okay. Now, let's put a splash of water in here. And if it's not exactly what we want, we'll get those micas out again. But we're not going to be using black today. I just wanted to get it started since we had everything out. made our table all silvery. Oh, that's a pretty start. Oh, wow. That's really pretty. Okay. You know, this is the reason why I started my YouTube channel. I was mixing up paints for acrylic pouring, and I started recording myself. Well, acrylic pouring and for like when I was doing furniture, because I would forget how much I put in there and I'd forget to take notes. So I just started recording myself, and then I started going live so it would record me. And that's how I started back in 2018 or 2017. Yeah, 2017. I didn't start my YouTube channel. Oh, that's really pretty. Okay, that's really pretty just on its own. We are gonna leave that alone. So this is, that's right, label it so we don't forget. There's my purple on my Sharpie. This is not Amsterdam anymore. This is, actually, where's my, oh yeah. Rubbing alcohol and a little bit of a rag. And you can just take that right off. There, see? Let that dry. Clean up our hands a little bit. Okay. So this is metallic black. With purple. Okay, that can go right there. And this is silver splatter. Okay. Now I've got silver splatter, gold splatter, white splatter, metallic black splatter. Now I just need to get a black splatter, like a flat black, like a true black. I have more bottles like this. And I have a shelf down in my little cart here that sits by my legs. And that's where I'm going to put all my splatters, is all that down there. So they'll be right here, right beside me, ready to go. All right, now parchment. Before we do this, I'm going to get a drink of water. I don't need that little piece of parchment. You go in your little, I need to find a little container to put all my little pieces of parchment in. So we're going to use black, and I'm going to grab some blue. Let me get a drink of water too. Okay. I don't know what happened to my blue dauber. Oops, this goes in here, this goes in there. I might have actually put it away. Highly unlikely. Yeah, my blue ink. Oh, I did put it away. Look at me go. Now here is how we're going to make our DIY washi tape. First I'm going to lay this down on parchment. Now it's not going to stick permanently, but it'll stay good enough where we can do our magic to it. And since we're doing one, we might as well do a bunch. And there is a fold in this paper, which I need to fix because we want to have it adhere flatly. So there we go. This one fixed. There we go. One more. And I don't know how much we're going to need, so I'd rather have too much than not enough. So let's do a bunch. There's 4. Let's stop at 5. This should be more than enough. Okay, because our cover is blue, there's blue in there, so we're going to do blue. I'm going to use this blue Distress Oxide blueprint sketch. We're going to get a bunch of it on our dauber, and we're just going to come in and just hit it with the blue. We're not going to pay attention to where we're going too much with it. We're just going to go because each one's going to be a little bit different anyway. And then I'm just going to take the dauber and blend it out. if there's a wrinkle in it, it's okay. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna come back in and get some of it really, really dark. And blend it out. Come back in here. Blend it out. Blend it out. Here. Oh, this is my blue ink, not my blue oxide. That's okay. No. Yeah, red is oxide. Oh my goodness. See, brain. Blue ink. There we go. Okay. So that's as dark as this is going to get for us. Excuse me. Blend it out. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to take the blue ink. This is archival ink. And we're going to come in and we're going to do some dark highlights. And actually, I think we need to get, there's a Furby or something on here. There we go. So what the? What is up here? There is a bug that just flew by my ear. And I don't know if it's a wasp or what. I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, that scared me. Put my bandana on my back on my head. There we go. Whew. Now my heart's racing. You know when you have something like buzz by your ear, then and you're inside? This should not be happening. Okay, we're just gonna come in. We're gonna get back to work. Hopefully, there's something in here. I don't know. Maybe that's why Ray wanted to come in. She wanted to protect me from the wasp. All right, and this side. Okay. Now, we don't need the black dauber because we're going to take, actually before we do this, we're going to take and spray this with rubbing alcohol like that. There we go. And we're going to let that dry. Okay, goodness sakes. Whew. All right, so we're gonna do, since it has the blueprints on it, we're gonna do blueprints. We're just gonna loop it down. Probably this way. So we're gonna do that in purple. And I wanted to do the ink first because I want this to be, excuse me, I want this to be fairly like visible. I don't want it to be smudged. I'm just going to take it, I'm going to do it in the middle here. Actually, I think we can do it just twice. There we go. Perfect. Because I want it to be seen, but not like in your face. We can make this end a little bit darker if we want to. Give it a little bit more firmer pressure. See, that's a little bit more visible than that. Okay. Now we're going to take this guy. This might be a challenge because he wants to curl up and I don't know why. But I'm using black on this. I think he got too close to the heat gun. And we're going to do again, kind of light, except for right where my fingers are holding it in place. We'll do it again here. This wasn't a cheap stamp. This was one of my first stamps that I bought, though, so this thing's older than old. Okay. And we're gonna do one right here. I hate when my fingers stick, so we're gonna use this transparency. To give it so my fingers don't stick. There we go. Cool. Now, move these aside. Our paper tape's almost done. I am going to grab a little container, this little cup. These back up here. And put a little bit of our silver in here. Maybe if I can get it open. There we go. I'm just going to put just a little bit in here. Got enough to cover the bottom. There we go. And our spray bottle. And then mix this up because I wanted this to be kind of just more liquid. And I think I put too much water because I couldn't count. I usually only put 3 sprays in there, but it wasn't cooperating. So I'm gonna put a little bit more paint in there. There we go. So the reason why I use the little clear cups is because when you stir it, then you scrape it down the side. If you can see through it, it's too thin. If it covers the side and you can't see through it, then you're good. I mean, for what I want. I can tell the transparency by how it covers the side of a clear cup. And that's, I know where I'm at. Okay. And we're just gonna come in. And we're just gonna splatter it everywhere. Because remember, we're only gonna see like this much of it. So you can get splatter happy. And even this little piece right here, it's not gonna be seen. So we're gonna just kind of dab it a little bit so it spreads out. There we go. Now, oh, it's gonna be pretty. Let's put a little bit more. More is more. Make sure you get your ends so you can use them. Okay. Wash this. Put it up to dry. I'm gonna put that over there. And then we're gonna take this and we're gonna let it sit here. I'm gonna go sew the back of our journal while this is drying. So, be right back. Well, that did not go as smoothly as I anticipated. The silver string did not like the sewing machine. So the silver thread, I should say, not string. They were not friends. It broke a couple of times. I played with the tension a little bit, and so it's got a little wonky here, but you know what? Handmade, and I'm rocking it. We're just gonna rock it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna stress about it, and neither should you. So we're gonna pull these threads through. So what I do is I pull on the gray string, and that'll bring the silver string through. Again, pull on the gray string. This is why I have a different, sometimes I actually, part of it is I just like the contrast of different colors. So that's what I do. That's a really long string. And let's pull this one through. There we go. But the thread broke like 3 times, and I was just kind of over it. So, yeah, we just kind of. Does it look the best? No. Do I care? Yes. Do I worry about it? No. Will it all come out in the wash? Yep. So I'm coming through here and just kind of cleaning it up a little bit. There we go. And we're going to cut this string right here and put that in our pot. Okay, and this back. I'm gonna have to get this sorted quickly because there are a lot of things. Okay. Okay, so I take all my strings, I put a little glue down. Come on, glue stick, work with me. There we go. There we go. Do the same thing here. Now I had an idea when I was sitting over there getting mad at my sewing machine. I can't get mad at my sewing machine. It was the thread's fault, not my sewing machine's fault. All right, so take a little paper tape and we're going to put it right here just to help the thread stay down. And I make sure that the tape doesn't go past the stitches because that's my guideline for the back piece. So anyway, now that that's done, we'll let that dry. So when you put this on, you line it up with the stitches and then you never see any of that. So that'll be the bottom. So this is what it'll look like. But I had an idea. What if we did washi tape? We're going to do one piece of ribbon, and I've got black ribbon. we could use black lace. I've got a little bit of black lace here. Or I've got this like plasticky, oh, this is what we're gonna do. This will look really cool, I think. It's kind of shiny though. Yeah, I know, it'd look really cool, but it's too shiny. I don't like shiny. So what if we did black ribbon on the back side, right? And then we did our washi tape over the top of it, right? Like that. And then a little piece of black ribbon that comes over, it comes through on this side and then it comes over here, and so it like carries it through. So let's figure out what we're gonna do here. So we want black ribbon on this side. Okay, so this is the side we want it on. Okay. And then we're going to cut this. Like that. And then we'll do 2 here. Yep. So I'm going to do 2 here. Cut it here. Because that should be long, that'll be more than long enough. Let's do 3. Okay. And then I'm going to take a chunk of this. A bigger chunk of this, and we're going to take it over the sewing machine and take a little bit of glue stick. Just a little bit. Stop tipping. And we're just going to fold it over. And the glue stick just helps it stick to itself. That way you don't have to worry about pins and all that fancy BS. Because, you know, pins are so fancy. And I think I have some blue thread that I can run through, or purple, one of the two. I might even have some what's it called? Variegated. Okay. There we go. We'll stitch those up. I can let that dry for a second. Let's get this other one glued down so we can let this dry. So because this ribbon is kind of stretchy, so that's why I want to do washi tape on that one. Let's do same length-ish. And that way this can dry while we sew these other ends. There we go. I'll put this ribbon over here so that way when we go to do the ephemera, okay, I'm gonna let that dry. Let's bring this over. Excuse me. Here's our washi tape. It's nice and dry, I think. Hope so. Hope it's pretty close. And that one dauber right there, I might have to take the hair dryer to it. Let's see what we got. Those aren't the fun ones. I want the fun ones. Oh, this is perfect. It's got blue, teal, purple, and gray. So one of the last little bits of Clara's thread. So hopefully we can get it to work. Oops, this isn't all the way up. There we go. Threading this needle, I have this like arm that pulls down, which is great, but sometimes it's more of a hindrance than a help. There we go. Because sometimes it wants to like get all tangled in there. Alright, why are you being like that? Alright, what's going on here? Okay. Cut that out. That wanted to like be all fray-like. Okay. Let's try this again. Like I said, sometimes it's more of a hindrance than a help. And it's actually faster to get one of those old school needle threaders and just do it that way. And sometimes it's just better to do things the old-fashioned way. I'm not going back to hand sewing though. I'm going to be real. Okay, there we go. Hoi. We're going to do a straight stitch, not a zigzag stitch. So width we go to 0, length we'll go to 3. There we go. And we're just going to kind of stitch the whole thing frontwards and backwards and just kind of make it fun. So push the needle through. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change my mind. I have some paper that I like to use. If I can find a piece of it, this will work. So that way it doesn't get all bunched up on the end of the ribbon. There we go. So we're going to do this one. Close enough. Okay. Now I'll put the other ribbon down. Really? There we go. There we go. Now, that's going to be cool. I like that. Okay, so I sewed it onto the paper, and then all we have to do is tear the paper off. And sometimes I just leave it if there's like a lot of little scraps, because this is going to go on the back side anyways, so no one's going to see it. I just make sure that none of the paper sticks out of the end. There we go. And cut this. There we go. Excuse me. Gosh, darn hiccups. So that's that. And then this will be our closure side. And there's no paper sticking out there. So we'll put this over here. That looks good. Now we're going to take and, oh, we forgot to glue the rest of the pocket down. That would probably be helpful. So let's get our art glitter glued here. And glue the rest of the pocket down. There you go. Come on. There we go. Now, I'm going to take this end, I'm going to snip this. Actually, let's do this. Just dropped it on the floor. So what I'm going to do is what I do on the other things where you pull the string through, grab a pin. Works better with a seam ripper than a pin, but there we go. We'll just tie a little knot so it doesn't unravel. It's a really silky thread. It's hard to do with paint and glue all over your fingers, but we muddle through, or we just be too stubborn and not give up. However you want to look at it. There we go. And then we'll snip it off. And even if there's a little bit that sticks out, it's okay. We're going to put this right here, like that. Use the fabric tack. There we go. Let's just make that stick out like that. Okay, we got it down. Now we're going to go back in and lift this up and put a little bit more. Just like that. Use the rubber spatula or the silicone spatula, just kind of spread it out a little bit. There we go. Now I'm going to take a piece of our DIY washi tape. And this should be long enough. I'm going to cut this end like that. Put that up there so I don't get glue all over it. Now we're going to take black ink dauber. Here's the black ink. And it's blue, it's black. I'm just going to kind of hit the edge of it. Okay. We're going to get some, put that back up. There we go. And we've got to get our glue mat out, or a glue mat, because we are going to be putting glue and I don't want it to stick to the paper. I can't find my little one, so let me grab the big one. And this guy can get put away, or out of the way anyway. Same with this guy. Set him right there. The tape is wanting to take off. So we're going to put our glue on here, like so. I'm going to go all the way to the end, like that. Because we're going to come in like this. Here we go. Excuse me. And then we're going to kind of make a tab at the end here, like that, with the extra. Okay, take a silicone spatula here and just give it a good burnish. And this should be strong enough to hold the tape to the ribbon. And if you wanted to, you could come out with a hole puncher and punch these out, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it just like that. Now, take this piece, cut it relatively straight. That wasn't relatively straight. There we go. And then since we're done with this for right now, let's move it behind us so it's out of the way of the fan so it doesn't try and blow across the country. We'll take a little black ink, ink the edge, because all the other edges have ink on them already. And then we'll lay this down. There we go. And then this one, go right here. And this acts more as of a stabilizer for the lace than actual like adhering. And we're going to do the same thing to this end. Just fold it over on itself. There we go. That's all straight. Now, we're going to clamp this where we want it, which is right here. Grab my bigger clamps. So we're going to do one here. Okay. One here and one here, because we are going to really pull on these. And then first we're going to put one of my spacers in here, if I can find them. Yeah, there's a 1/4 inch spacer, and then I should have a 1/8 inch, and this one's 1/16, close enough. And then we'll take a couple of these. That, and that way we get a nice even space between the front. Maybe this will work. I might have to move my clamps down. And I might actually just do the 1/4 inch. I think that's a little bit much. So we'll just put the 1/4 inch spacer. And actually, let's put some parchment on here so we don't glue it to itself. There we go. So I think that, actually, you know what? We're going to put the 1/16 one in there too. I think those big ones are just too big, too hard to handle. That's a really good song. Okay, let's slide this in like that, because we want a little bit of a spine, because when we put stuff in here, and then we're going to pull it tight like that, and we're going to put it in place. We'll do the same thing with this one. There we go. Now I'm going to put glue underneath here. We're going to use the Fabri-Tac. We're going to give it a minute to come to the side, so it makes it easier to pipe on or put on. The lid for this glue. I'm going to get a drink of water while that's doing its thing. Okay, so we're going to cut. No, we're not going to cut, not yet. We're going to glue first, but first I need to get the silver string off me. There we go. So we're going to come up, and we're going to just put as much glue as we can put on here, because it's not going to work. It's not going to be a big deal, because if it smooches through, it's on the back. It's all good. There we go. I swear, there are days I feel like Clara is here with me. Okay. I need where's my glue rag? Oh, that's right. I used it to mop up my water that I spilled last night. So it's over here. It's dry though, and it was just water, so. There we go. Now I have a place to put my extra glue. There we go. Cut that off, and that's a little tag that we can use inside. And we do the same thing with this guy. Straighten him out a little bit. There we go. And go down to the middle here. Pull in tight. This is to smush. This thing works great. There we go. Lift them up a little bit. Cut it off. Last one on this side. There we go. And dismount. And the tape also helps the lace, I almost said yarn, adhere better because it's like sandwiched between paper, so it'll be more stable. Let me take this and we're going to cut it off here, there, give it a good smush. There we go. And then we're going to take this one off. Put my finger right in the glue. Typical. All right, and then have some kind of closure here. So we're going to get another one of the little pink ones. And clamp it right there. Again, we're going to put this glue here, because what we're going to do is we're going to take the clamps, the little pink clamps off. There we go. And then come in. I don't know why I use my fingers when I got this thing sitting here. There we go. Cut him off. Give him a good smooch. There we go. Okay, I'm going to bump this down a little bit because we don't want to put any adverse pressure on any of the clips. Okay, brown tape. Go. I have to trim this off real quick. There we go. I'll lay there. Okay, we'll move these back down. So we can do the same thing right here with the brown tape. Cut it straight-ish. This one's a little easier to do because there's not a clamp right there. There we go. Now, give it a good brayer down, or burnishing down. Get all that glue. Now I know this is not gonna move. You can take the clamps off. Let's make sure we got this nice and burnished. There we go. Now we can take the clamps, these little clamps off. And I don't know exactly what we're going to do for a closure here. Maybe just a dot, a Velcro dot. But now, let's see if we can, well, we can use our glue eraser and get that off. It's not sticky anymore anyways because it's been dried. I think, yeah, we'll just put a glue dot there. These strings are really long, so let's trim these so they don't get tangled up in our pocket. So now I'm going to take just a piece of blue tape, green tape, frog tape, painter's tape, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to tape that end down so when we're gluing on the back it doesn't get in my way. And I'm going to put that tape right here because I don't want it to pull up any of the ink that might be on here that might be movable. And is it perfect? No. Is it going to be perfect? No. You know why? Handmade. So we're going to go and line this guy up. And make sure we have enough clamps. We have 3 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get 3 more. There we go. This is my favorite part. We're going to get the bigger bottle of glue. So it'll take us a year to squeeze it out of this little micro tip. And get the other bottle. Put that there, and that there. There we go. Get the goop off. There we go. Clean tip. I need a drink of water. I'll be right back. Okay, now we use the seam. This is a little close. So we're going to pull that back, snip it off. There. Now we use our sewing allowance, or our seam allowance, I guess. That's what it's called. We're going to make sure the fabric's down. Because that's where it can pull up. Okay, now that we got the fabric down, now we're going to go about a finger width away from the seam. And we're going to go in a square very quickly. Okay. And then we're going to do the same here, about a finger width from the edges. That's why I try to make sure my brown tape is pretty close to the edge. That way I know, okay, don't go past the brown tape. This one I do kind of have fun with. Just make sure we have all the big gaps filled in. There we go. Okay, put the cap on that. And we flip this over very carefully. Don't drop it in there, because that sucks. I'm going to line it up on the bottom. Turn this, make sure we're about the same from the top. And then we're going to give it a good squish. It's going to wiggle, so make sure we're still lined up. And then we're going to clamp this corner. Oh, I got glue on it. It's going to wiggle because we got lots of glue on there. Okay, make sure it's still lined up. I have it a little bit closer to the bottom than I do the top. That's okay. This edge came over too far, so we're going to push it over. And just kind of fiddle with it until it lays right. I'm going to do the top and bottom first this time. Usually I do the sides first, but for some reason the top and the bottom are wanting to navigate away from the navigational beacons. Okay, and then we'll put one in the middle here. And I get them as far in as I can. And if it's a wider one like this, I'll sometimes put one kind of in the middle. But I think we got it pretty well done. Now, we let this sit for about an hour, and then we can come back and decorate it. So, and put a closure on it and do all the things. So there is your journal number 21. I think I'm just gonna do a countdown. Journal number 22 tomorrow. So if you're enjoying these, let people know. You know, if you're learning something, it really helps when we get more views and lets me know that you're enjoying these. Yeah, so always remember, be kind to one another. Peace, love, and happiness.